industrial profit is just plunged 9.1%, steepest fall in 7 months. So that's definitely not the best news for the Chinese market. That's why it's just down to the red side. Not a huge red, 0.17, but still red among these big greens all around. Nikkei very strong, 1.43% higher. Futures, as I mentioned, you extremely strong, especially the NAS 100. And the crypto, Bitcoin, which is still not the strongest, guys. I would expect it with this, among these good news, that it's just running back to this 109, 110 area. But no, actually, it's just tagged under this 108. At the moment, it's around 106. Thousand, so it's not the strongest today, but of course it still can change. Hi Mayer, good morning to you as well. Happy Friday, Clifton. Thank you. Steve C, good morning. Yes, TTD and CYN, it's on my list too. Traders just got some news, and I'm just going to dig deeper into this, what did happen. For the ones who just joined the TEFS YouTube trading room or on the VIP room, 44 trading room, welcome on the Friday trading. Market is higher, and actually the fact that we just reached a new all-time high, traders, with the SPY, it says everything. Reason for that seems like it's going to be a trade deal between China and the US, but we got a little shadows here as well on the nice and sunny sky, because it seems like that the PCE price index, it was not good at all, worse than expected, and the inflation just went to 2.7%, guys, which is not a good number, as you know, especially for the Fed. So this is the situation now, and we are wondering whether this PCE price index numbers is going to be enough to stop the bulls for today. Seems like not really indeed, but we will check it. So traders, if you have anything on the list, as just Steve C just posted in the VIP room, please let me know. Hi Alamo, good morning to you. I'm just going to get my candidates here, but I'm more than happy to check yours as well. Just write it in the chat, please. So the first one, which I mentioned already, it's Nike. The sneaker giant jumped 10% after they just posted a fiscal fourth quarter results that beat the expectations, and said it expects profit and sales declines to moderate in the future, which is not a bad news, especially among these prices all around the world, I would say, because of the inflation indeed. So Nike, as you can see, beautiful move to the upside. Overall, on the daily, you can see that the stock is very extended to the downside. So that's why it still has plenty room to run. Also, this $70 level, I see quite of a strong resistance, not just because it served as a low, all-time low. I just cannot see the previous years. I guess it was not all-time low, but I don't know when we have seen $70, under $70 the Nike last time. All in all, 200 EMA plus a very, very strong resistance coming on 70. So let's see whether it can push it through. But so far, it looks like we have a great long candidate with the Nike here. Hi, Davida. Good morning to you. And I'm just starting my list. So on the long side, I'm going to get Nike for sure. Short on the short side. Also, the market looks very strong. We will get some stocks here too. Okay, traders, Trade Desk is coming next. Trade Desk, as Steve already mentioned on the list, this is a popper as well. It's just popped 4%. And on the back of an upgrade from Evercore ISI, analyst Mark Mahaney wrote that the Trade Desk valuation looks attractive at its current level, and while its risk-reward ratio is definitely improved. Very good news for TTD. Let me just check though the pre-market volume and the daily chart. Looks like it's a beautiful long candidate. Nice volume, 3.69% higher. I completely agree with you, Steve, that we need that to the long side. CNY, we can touch it maybe during the trading day as well. Also, this seemed to me very much pump and dump stock, maybe also not sure in a dump, because it was a huge news on this stock. If you like it, we can just watch it on the secondary list. Indeed, it was halted yesterday, by the way, and DVG, as far as I remember, you really like this stock, but unfortunately you just miss it in the pre-market. Hopefully today you can get a little profit on it. All right, traders, next one on my list is Corwave. Because even Core Scientific, this is a Bitcoin miner, just jumped 7% as it looks to extend its rally on the second day. The Wall Street Journal reported Thursday that the company is in talks to be acquired by the artificial intelligence player Corwave. So both of them can be just watched here on the watch list, traders. Or so as I see, this is still just a quite of rumors, so it has not been, it's not a done deal on COR and Z. This is Core Scientific, and at the moment the SO or a CORZ, just a second, it's up 5.62%. Yesterday it was a runner too, and seems like it's still moving higher. So if you like this type of new stocks, we can just watch it here. And CRWV, which was a beautiful long from Scott yesterday, it is moving to 1.35% higher. Let's see whether it's going to stretch the possible reversal here. CRWV. Okay, Core Scientific CRW is here. Our environment, which is above, which is higher again. This is a defense contractor, higher because putting it on pace for fifth straight day of gains. Reported quarterly results earlier this week, and that sent the stock definitely roaring. So AVAV, it's still very strong. Let me just check it quickly on the daily chart. How does it look like? Whether it's not a little bit too much extended. Okay, I'm going to make sure it's going to be tradable soon. AVAV at the moment, it is up 3.37%. Doesn't seem like it wants to stop, but the volume is just 100K traders. That's why I'm going to put AVAV just to the secondary list, okay? Only to the secondary list, please. And the next one, it's Pony AI as well, 2% higher on Pony, as the New York Times reported that Uber is in talks to help fund an acquisition of Pony AI's US subsidiary. Very good news for Pony. Let's see whether it can just push it higher. Apogee Enterprises is the last APOG, which is 17% higher, and on the results of fiscal first quarter results, very nicely done, APOG. But this is a lower price stock, so I'm not sure I want to trade this stock indeed. Let me just check it. Yeah, guys, the volume is just 32,000, and the average volume of the stock is not even better. So I'm just going to move it to the secondary list. You mentioned Oklo here. It's going to be on my list definitely. BA, guys, which is still on my bad list. So I'm not a big fan of doing trading, but there is no doubt that it is on the verge of a pullback, as it just got an upgrade as well. So for you, I'm just going to call it for a long side. And guys, I am in trouble. I do not have too many to the short side. So if you have anything, please just let me know. I'm just checking quickly my watch list here, which is the weakest. Actually, the financials are not doing very well at all, as JP Morgan is down 1%. Coin is pushing back as well. Microsoft is not the strongest either, only 0.44% lower though, but still weak. MU 0.48%. Maybe this sell the news is still holding. No, but let's just check JP Morgan to the short side on my list. Coin, yes, Tara, it was a crazy mover, and the Bitcoin is pulling back too. So I assume that there will be a small profit taking. Let's see. And Tesla is not the strongest either. So I'm going to check on Tesla too for a possible short side. It's waiting for the delivery numbers, which actually I would be really, really, really surprised if it would be good indeed, as we know that the competition is very, very strong now for the Tesla indeed. Okay, what else in here? MU, as I mentioned, UPST is pulling back too. And if I'm just checking the gainers, losers list, which I like indeed, SMCI, Amazon, NVIDIA, Meta, Nike, and short LI. Thank you very much, Alamu. LI, it's a EV stock, a Chinese EV stock. We can watch it definitely as well as the Chinese market. As I mentioned you, it was quite of a weak one. Marvel is down as well. Traders 2.66% on the Marvel. As I've seen, it's not the strongest either today. As I see, I cannot see too many familiar names among the losers list at the moment. CNXC, but this is a lower price. So you know what? I'm not going to force it. If there are not too many short candidates, I'm not going to force it to the short side. Also, I'm still going to keep an eye on the Roblox. Because as I mentioned you, I feel like this stock is still very much extended. It doesn't seem like it wants to stop pushing higher. But if the market is going to stop today and make a U-turn, which again, not very much highly likely because of this really strong push here. I'm going to check Roblox for sure, and MU is going to be on my list too, as MU is the same, very extended. We just feel this gap back from 2024 July. By the way, it's filled officially. It's on 126, 130, just almost touched 2. And now it's on a pullback, a verge of a pullback. So I'm just going to check it. Yes, CNXC, I was just not watching as well, Steve. You know what? I'm just going to watch, just get it to the short side. Anyway, we do not have too many to the short side. QS, yes, Marco, thank you. QS, we still can push it to the long side. I completely agree with you. So traders, at the end, we have decent calls for both sides, short and long as well. CRZ, hi Nitsan, yes, I was just watching it as well, and it's among my long list too. This is a Bitcoin miner, by the way. It is in rumors of a deal, like a takeover deal, indeed, but it's still not sure, and seems like Corvée is going to take over the company, but this is still a rumors, and we like rumors. Definitely trade it much better than the news. So here is the list for you guys. VIP room traders, 44 room traders, I wish you a beautiful green Friday. It's nothing better than to finish the week in green, so I wish it's going to come through for you as well. I really like green Fridays. I guess everyone indeed, not just Fridays, but every day. And after that, a beautiful sunny weekend for you, with your loved ones, with the family. Clifton DVG for you as well. Thank you guys, and see you everyone next Monday. Bye.
Thank you, Aggie. Good morning, 44 Trade Nation. Happy Friday. DVG's riding solo today. So first and foremost, appreciate the patience. Obviously, trying to post trades, talk through some of the trades with y'all. I did manage to send some information a little bit earlier today. So for those of you guys following along, the FTSE Russell 3000, I went ahead and shared the list of all the stocks that are going to be added to the list. Now, in the past, typically it's, hey, whatever's added, buy it like crazy, whatever's taken off the list, sell it like crazy. But it's not how it goes these days. So it is just important to look at if you guys want to. That's coming out literally today after the close. They've kind of given us a heads up on that for, I don't know, maybe a week or so. So I posted a little more information on what is the FTSE Russell 3000 reconstitution. It happens every year. They're actually talking about maybe making it twice a year, just because of how dynamic these markets are and like shapeshift basically. So if anything, kind of a good read, pretty short read there. But the other thing is understanding reverse repo operation information. So again, not to add too much speculation, this is simply an opinion. It's not financial advice. That said, it's important to know what that means. And a lot of what we're seeing specifically around ESLR, for those of you guys that aren't aware of what that is, again, I recommend looking into that as well. Essentially, it's capital rules for the banks. And you'll see names like JP Morgan that have just completely taken the top off and just continue to, move higher. That said, what I'm looking at is I think a big reason that these markets are moving higher is that ESLR rule is giving the liberty for banks to literally have less cash on hand through the use of repos to lend and or make money in other places. So in essence, kind of like printing money without printing money, if you think about it. So kind of a smart move to get markets to move higher in the meantime, as the new administration is kind of reluctant or let's just say unhappy with the current Fed Chair Powell. That's actually more of a permanent ESLR move. So in the past, it was like, hey, you could use it during emergencies, and we saw that during COVID, and you could see that spike in that chart. That was during COVID, and then people used that facility to offset. If you look at cash for banks, it's basically a liability because they have to hold it, store it, move it, etc. So it's a liability for them to do that versus going ahead and buying, essentially giving your cash away to the Fed in that instance for a short period of time or duration. It allows you to kind of take it off your books. So we're probably going to see a little bit more of that. So you see how, if you look at that chart, it's kind of tapering off. I have a feeling that's going to probably turn to the upside, but it's important to keep note of that. So it's stuff like this that hopefully by being part of the 44 Trade Nation, you're learning these things and it's exciting, and, take it for what you will, right? Again, it's not financial advice, but it's just important to note some of these things on the fringes from a data perspective and learning in this business. So anyway, if that's helpful or useful, let me know, comment. Happy to continue to provide some of that information if it's useful. If not, you can be like, hey, DVG, we don't care about that. Talk about stocks. Let's get the party started. We could also do that. So anyways, we're going to be opening up in about 7 minutes. Again, I am riding solo, so appreciate y'all being patient with me this morning. Let's say good morning to everybody. I'm going to shout out to the room. Let's see who we got. First and foremost, Frank, you're an early bird, my friend. You were here bright and early, and it is going to be a good day. So good morning to you, Andy. Good morning, Brian. My buddy Lee, what's going on? How you doing? Marco is in the building, guys. Marco has had some, and it's Mark space O, not Marco. But Mark, some great call outs as of late. So appreciate that. Like yesterday, helped me out on Palantir. We had CRWV. What was that? Last week, if I'm not mistaken, right? Wasn't it last Friday? Jeez, time flies. Steve C, what's going on, man? Welcome. Good morning. Is it David or David? But welcome. Steve, another Steve. Steve Fair, good morning. Darren, you're like my go-to guy for the healthcare space. So how are you? Good morning. Justin and Jeff B is in the building. Jay, good morning as well. Clifton, Aggie, good morning. What's going on with y'all? And then let's talk some stock picks. So I'm keeping an eye on the nuclear energy space right here. So in fact, what I'll do is, here's the names I want to be bullish today. Oklo, a new addition to the Russell 3000, by the way, if you guys looked at that list. VST, Nancy Pelosi. So again, I'm going to wait for some pullback on some of these names. And CEG, as you guys know, I love trading this. Boeing, I'm planning on buying for a while and just holding. I might even just use options that are dated, I don't know, maybe 3-4 weeks out. Kind of out of the money, but I do have a feeling that's going to push higher. Let's look at Tesla. They're going to have their sales numbers next week. You can see there's a lot of apprehension in this stock. Yesterday, they lost their one of their key players, Omid, who helped them with sales and manufacturing in Europe. And needless to say, he's no longer with the company. And then we also got later on some news that the HR director left at Tesla. So again, not always the best news coming out here for Tesla. Not to mention some of the if that big bill passes, they're going to lose some of their tax benefits. So again, a lot of headwinds for Tesla. Notice the L line, that's 200 EMA. We are moving lower. So I'll be keeping an eye on this potentially for additional downside move. IWM, I'm waiting to see if 217, if we get over 217, it should start to scoot to the upside. If it continues to reject it, then I'm going to probably build some kind of maybe a put strategy on this. We'll see. But I'm not a big fan of the IWM personally, but hey, when everybody's pouring money in, I'll be happy to take it all the way down to 212 and make my 5 points if it gets to 217. Again, I'm going to take Boeing off of here. Let me put JPM here. Only reason I think JPM has a chance of pulling back is literally to the close. So I'm going to go to big chart here for just a moment. You guys were mentioned QS, so let's go to big chart for just a second. Again, forgive some of these marks here. Zoom in. So here's your all-time high, 61323. If we bounce off that today, these are levels that I like to watch. Like if we bounce here, can you guys see my screen, by the way? Just making sure. So if we bounce here and move higher, thanks, Mark, then maybe we do this. Let me change that color to blue. Sure. So this is kind of what I'm expecting if bulls want to, continue this rip. The inverse is also true because we are historically, we're at all-time highs, right? So maybe we see a little bit of this, and we see a little bit of this, and a little bit of this, and then a little bit of that. So that's kind of what I'm expecting will happen to see if we hold or retest the 607.03. We tested it throughout the day yesterday. If you notice, this was a big level, 607.03. And then this red box that you see down here, that's the Trump pump. Notice as soon as we got above it, we kept pushing, but then we tested it right down here. So I think there could be an opportunity to retest this 607 level before bulls want to push this even higher. And again, that's assuming that we have healthy markets. And right now, people are just buying everything. I mean, that's just the reality. So definitely be cautious today, traders, because markets are going to be volatile today, I think. Core PCE data kind of came in line. It is what it is. It's not the greatest. It's not the worst. It's there. But we open in 2 minutes. So let's do a quick look. What are y'all watching today? Maybe a quick post from some of y'all. I think someone mentioned CYN, which I won't touch because, by the way, they just had news this morning to do a, what was it, some kind of offering at $7.50. Where was it? Let me pull it up here. Registered direct offering at $17.2 million registered direct offering at $7.50 a share. So there you have it. Let's see. So yeah, I'm going to be kind of bullish these 4 names here. More or less bearish these 4 names. And I hate to say I'm bearish Palantir. I think we might roll over a little bit. So like maybe down to 141, 142-ish, and then bounce potentially higher. So I'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, that's what we're looking at. Markets are going to open up here in about 40 seconds. Darren, thank you for posting. Looking at Nike. Yeah, they had great earnings. Look at that. Definitely. Nike, CRWV, SMCI. Oh, SMCI. Yeah. I'd be careful on JPM just because I think we might pull back and take off, but, we shall see. Good luck, traders. We are opening in 20 seconds. Keep an eye again on the SPY, 61323, and then all-time highs on the Qs previously was 54667. So keep an eye on those levels. If we bounce those levels, then maybe we've got a shot at moving higher. If we don't, well, maybe we aim lower. Good luck, traders. PLTR pulling back there. Tesla just fell off a cliff. Whoa. Yeah, look at that. Oops. All right. Aqua, let's go long here. Thank you. We are in Aqua. Okay, I'll wait on VST. This is kind of what I was hoping for on VST, right off this 200. So maybe we'll get long here at 192. We'll wait. Okay, Oklo, let's go. And then BA, let's hit that too. We are in BA. There's Oklo. Let's go. Let's go. Beautiful move here. Guys, anybody take Oklo? Let's go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Look at this. Look at this. Easy money, y'all. Easy money. I'm going to wait on VST here. I'm going to probably buy it here. Let's go. 192. 192. I'm going to put it up there. If we get filled, great. Guys, watch the cues. Literally tagged almost exactly previous all-time highs. 54667. It went to 54669. Let's see if that level breaks. If it does, maybe we get a little bit of a pullback here in the markets. Guys, Tesla just falling off a cliff. BA is off to the races. Let's go. Let's go. Guys, we're on them today. I'm going to probably I'm doing some put options here on the cues for Monday. Oh, I don't like this pullback in Oklo. What's going on here? Guys, BA ripping. Ripping. Uh-oh. Okay, low. That stings. Some news that they're having issues. I'm going to have to dump this Oklo trade, guys. No trade VST. BA. Wow. Okay, guys, I'm going to dump OKLO here. VST, I'm going to enter here a little early. Okay, not a bad fill. I got in 191.20. A weird fill. Market order there. 191.20, guys. It's really hard for me to post all at the same time. So, yeah, I'm out the OKLO trade just because it sounds like there's some bad news coming out from the White House on it. So, out OKLO. BA is looking great, though. Waiting for the top to come off here on BA. 210's target. Realistically, overhead 212 would be nice, but 209 will probably be where I would love to take a partial. I want to see it move quick, though, like 208 or 207, 208, boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean? Like, just really break out here. Seeing a little bit of struggle here on the big names. NVIDIA, Tesla for sure is struggling. BA, let's go. There it is. 207. Let's see. 208, then 209. I'm going to take a partial. Anybody in this one with me? BA? Okay, hello. Unfortunately, just really some nonsensical news here. Big reason on BA, I think, military spend, Golden Dome talk, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think BA has a chance of really starting to move here. I'm probably going to add to my put options here on the Qs in a moment. Unbelievable, guys. Okay, Lo, sorry for that one. That was literally got, it was good movement, etc. than bad news. VST, I'm going to hold on to this just a little bit longer, but not too much longer. Tesla moving terribly. There's Palantir. We missed that short. Gosh, that's too bad. IWM. I do like this for a short here. If it continues this, I may build some put options around this, guys. For next week, 215. I think we bounce here. I'll wait till we get back up here to the close, then short it. There's the move on IWM. Perfect. I'll wait. Guys, look at the SPY now. Literally testing that 61323 all-time high, now bouncing higher. So maybe we get lift off here. Just be careful. DA, I'm gonna take a partial here in just a moment. Looking fantastic there. Watching the Qs now as well. Okay, Lo, that's too bad. Okay, VST, if we get back in near my entry here, I'm going to add. Actually, I'm going to go for it here. Okay, adding a little to VST. See if we get a bounce. If this breaks the close, I'm out. Beautiful move. There we go. Okay, watch the Qs here. Looks like we're trying to push higher in the 548 print. Sitting right on the 200. Still have my put options on the Qs, but I'll probably dump them here in a moment. A little bit nervous of a big spike here. We'll be patient. If we start getting some pushback here on the Qs, some resistance, I will add to my put options. Yeah, I'm long VST, Frank. Yeah. I'm waiting to see it get literally like above this yellow line here, and I'll add even more if it happens. If not, if we get down here 190.20-ish, I'll probably dump it. Guys, getting ready to add to my put options here. Go, baby, go. Just a little bit of breakdown. Okay, might get taken out of VST here. I'll be patient, but I don't want to get, scared out of a trade here. It looks like it's going to take me out, though, unfortunately. Only trade really working right now. Put options on the Qs, BA to the long side. Tesla we missed at the open. It's pretty bearish, Tesla this morning. But again, seeing kind of a pullback here. Looking at NVIDIA, some other names here. We're pulling back quite a bit. Guys, I'm going to probably get taken out of VST here. Let me let this candle finish here. If we open below this session low here, then I'm going to be forced to close it. VST. Barely hanging on. Barely hanging on. There we go. That's what I wanted. There we go. Just being a little patient here with VST. We get above this yellow line, I'm going to add. So 191.65. Okay, I'll get rid of this. Let's look at. Yeah, see, that's ugly. AMD moving higher. I mean, I think there could be a pullback in names like Microsoft or Meta. They're really high. They're really up there. But there could be an opportunity to just buy the dip. So keeping an eye on these yellow lines, the 200 EMA, it's a very important level as of late. I don't like that this is below it right now, which is kind of making me nervous, which is why I want to see it move higher or above this 200 EMA. Then maybe we've got a shot at moving higher on VST. Notice here, actually I was just talking about it. That could be interesting. Let's go back to JP Morgan for a second. So yeah, I've got a partial on DA already. I'm letting the runners do their thing. But kind of looks CEG really slow. VST is doing it again. Markets look like they're moving higher. SPY moving higher. Q's really right up at that 548 level. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit of a pushback up here. CRWV looking at it. Let's look at it. Beaten down pretty good. Yeah, maybe. I might have missed it. 161 looks okay if we bounce there. I want to see it actually pull back first before getting in. So I'll watch this. If we bounce here like 161.5, then maybe I'll get in. VST, I might get taken out of this trade, guys. That's too bad. I'll wait though. I'm tempted to short everything. I think I am gonna start shorting stuff. Nvidia now down at 155.80. Microsoft just broke 497, so let's do that. Okay, small position here, MSFT. Still in this VST trade. Let me pull this up. There we go. We're in small position here to the downside. Sorry, guys, it's hard for me to post and chat and look all at the same time, so apologies there. Hopefully you guys can follow along. Maybe that was the pullback right there. Hey, V7, how you doing? Andy, you looking at PLTR? There's your pullback, Mark. I missed it. That's actually kind of what I was looking for, and then to have it take off, so bummer. VST, though, guys, I think I'm going to give up on it. That's too bad. 0 for 2 today on those. On those nuclear energy stocks. Good news. We had BA for a win. I might probably get taken out of my Q put options here. And don't tell me Microsoft's about to take me out now too. That would be terrible. That would mean I'd probably take a break to go have some tea. Look at the SPY. Look at this thing. Let it go. Again, I just think, here's kind of my, again, cue the disclaimer. I think we do something like this and then straight down. Hence why I have these put options. and building a little small short position here. Again, why short a name like this when it's literally hitting all-time highs? It's not sizable enough for me to really care. If it moves, you know, a point and a half against, that's okay. It's like $150. But if it starts to move really quickly to the downside, then I can add, and take 3, 4, 5 points. Good call out, Mark, on CRWV. I'll pull up the LTR again. Yeah, I mean, 137 is where it can end up, I think. TLTR, key the disclaimer. So here's the example I mentioned. So we break this blue line here. That's the 55. So we break that. Maybe I add, maybe get a break under 496. I'm into 495. Well, 495 turns into 492 pretty quick. So here we go. Getting ready to add here. I need to see it break this blue line here. You see that? So almost there, just under 496.50. I'll wait for the follow through of that move and then we'll add. Good call out CRWV. I don't want to say I'm too late to the party. It's still probably a good trade, but I don't want to take it. You guys looking at Uber? Yikes. So no ad here, but there's your, you know, algos at work. 200 EMA, bounce, 55 SMA, bounce. We break those two, we start really scooting to the downside. But I just don't think it's, I mean, I don't think it's going to happen, but it's a hedge right now. If anything, I would want to go long just because, I mean, dominating the AI space right now. Okay, CRWV, here's your chance now. Let's see if it breaks down to like 162. Maybe I'll get interested there. Maybe. And my thesis though right now is I think markets do pull back. So names like BA maybe getting some love. All like the manufacturing industrial side of the house. You guys were talking about Nike earlier. There's your move. I'm not gonna say the move is over, but $73. Big level. It's actually where Bill Ackman, I think it was, got involved in Nike, if I'm not mistaken. I'll keep an eye on Palantir at 137. Otherwise, I won't touch it. Okay, what else? JPM. Yeah, see, this is what I was. JPM, I think, you know, I don't think, did it get up to 290? No. 290's got to be a level for sure. PLTR down at 139 now. Maybe we get a better entry on CRWV down at 160. NVIDIA pulling back now. Seeing a little weakness in the Qs today. SPY, on the other hand, is incredibly strong. What else? CYN, yeah, I won't touch it, especially after that news or $7.50 offering, whatever. Like I'm not doing that. Too risky. CRWV, big pullback here. BA, pullback. It's okay, we took a partial on the way up. So no worries there. Okay. That was slow open. Still have my put options on the Qs. If we break, what up? Guys, 137 Palantir. Keep an eye on it. Let's see. So we break this blue line. I add. Otherwise, I dump it because notice how we're trying to hold on to this 200. Let's see what CRWA looks like on order flow. Maybe I take that one again. Nah, I won't touch it. Not right now. That could be a great trade though, Mark. Good luck on that one. Let's see. Watching Oracle down at 210. Put up PLTR again. Did we get there? 137 yet? No. Oh, some news here. Microsoft's AI chip effort falls behind. Okay. Good news is we're in a small position. You guys remember on that? Under this blue line, which is session low at the moment, I will add to the short. Getting ready. Getting ready. Look at the SPY go. Wow. Getting ready to add here, y'all. MSFT to the downside. Okay, getting ready, getting ready. Okay, I'm going to do a little risky here. I'm going to add early. Maybe we break. It's hesitating there. So maybe we get the break here. Adding to MSFT to the downside. You're keeping an eye on Aqua still? Yeah, then pull it up. Oh, okay. Guys, here's the move now. Ta-da! Really want to see it, like, you know, really start to go. Looks good. Where would my partial be? 492 would be amazing. I don't know if I'd get it though. Maybe 493.80, probably where I first take a partial. We shall see. It's just tough because I mean the Qs, the SPY. I mean, look at the SPY. Look at this thing. Straight up. Look at that. Blue sky territory, y'all. Just break out, break out, break out, break out. So very challenging to be short these markets. However, there's definitely opportunity in it. I was saying yesterday, felt like bears were entering the market for the first time yesterday to put in positions in like names like Tesla and a few others. Might be forced to dump my put options here on the Qs. No big deal. I'm holding it a little bit longer, but look at this SPY, man. Oh my goodness. Now we're going over pre-market highs here in a moment. That means we continue the breakout. Unbelievable. But look at it in comparison to the Qs, right? I mean, obviously Qs are catching up now, but I'm not going to panic just yet. Can't trade out on spikes. Definitely a pretty aggressive move now on the Qs. We talked about it this morning, though. Figured it probably does what? Bounce, move higher, then dump. You guys remember that? Drew it out a little bit. Come here, do this, do that, and then kind of what I'm anticipating a little bit. Apple? Ooh. Did it get up to 202 yet? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I've got an alert. Where is it? There it is. 204.28. If it gets there, that's where I'm going to start building my short position. Where's Jeff? He likes taking those after I get out of those positions. Michigan consumer sentiment is in 3 minutes, y'all. So again, could be yet another reason to buy markets higher, or an excuse for people to dump and take profits. If I'm on the wrong side of this trade, that's okay. We find a new trade. I'm probably gonna. It's because it's Friday. It might be an early day for me. 10:30 probably is when I'm out of here. Sorry, someone just. Yeah, Jeff. Exactly. Yeah. That's why I have that notification up there, that 204. Like 205 would be perfect. But I'm going to start building a longer term, because remember, July 9th is when this tariff stuff happens, or it's lifted. So could this move a lot higher before then? Sure. It could move, to 212, right? But I want to get involved and build a position as we move higher for a longer duration using options, because I think it's going to be pretty heavily impacted. But last time I thought about that, you remember it pumped like $10, and then finally everybody's like, "Oh, tariffs are going to have a huge impact on Apple's bottom line." Like, yeah, where have you been? So, I'd say I was a little bit early on the move, but now I'm just going to have to be a little bit more mindful of risk on it. But I do think that there's an opportunity for it to pull back pretty significantly down to like 180, 190. But, it's a lot of money in Apple. Ton of money. CRWV toilet. We still have runners here on BA. I really want to see like over 210 would be ideal. But we already took a partial 207 print, so not upset about that. One more minute, guys. One more minute. Michigan consumer sentiment. Yeah, BA, come on. Yeah, the big thing, someone sent me a note. Look, in this business, it's your goal is to not be right. You know what I mean? It's to admit when you're wrong and do it quickly, very efficiently. And the reason I say that is like, look, taking losing trades, it happens. You guys saw what happened on Oklo, right? They happen. But the key is like, you don't want to be in a position where you lose because you're trying to be right the whole time. 60.7 versus 60.5 expected. So consumer sentiment a little bit better. Qs now inching higher. If we move any higher than this, I will probably dump these put options. AMD over 146. Okay, let's look. AMD. Yeah, that actually might be yeah, it's 50-50 right there, right? View up, etc. PST actually looks good again over this close. There go the Qs and the SPY, guys. Straight up now. That's going to do it for me on the Qs. I'm going to wait till this candle closes. One more second. One more second. Big move now on the Qs. Let's see if that's where we see the sellers. We literally hit 615 on the SPY just now, guys. Wow. What a monster move. Maybe we see some selling. Just maybe. I'm still in these put options. They're expensive now. So I want to see if we start running into some resistance here. And if we don't, I'll get out of the way and then we'll start going long a bunch of positions here. EST looks good here. I'll keep an eye on it. Still feeling okay about this trade here. I'll hold on to it for a bit. If we start getting over like 148.5, or sorry, 498.5, I'll dump it. And then BA, I've got runners on it. I'll just let them do their thing. So let me change this out. Let's look at Palantir again. Yeah. Very interesting, though. If we sell off right now, guys, you all owe me a gold star. If we sell off, we talked about this happening this morning, that we would do this, then that. So if that happens, Clifton is going to send you guys an invoice. And if it doesn't, hey, that's okay. I'm wrong. It happens. But this right now looks very bullish for a setup, like a big pusher. So I'm going to probably dump these put options any second. Any second. You see a big pop here, 549.50 area, then I'll dump it. No. Google. Well, that looks like a good chart. Might go long here. Yeah, maybe Google. Maybe. Yeah, CRWV is done though. Oracle could be interesting here. You're going to have VST again? Oh, yeah. There you go. That was the move right here off the close. In a little early, but maybe we take another shot at it. What do you think? Let's do it. I'm in. Let's see if we can actually get a move here. Thanks for the call out, Steve. This just feels like a rug pull's coming on the big names. It really does. Like a Palantir. Like that kind of rug pull. It feels that way. Trade what you see, not what you feel. Getting very close to dumping these Q put options at a loss, but CRWV out of here. Yeah, so VST, if we get over 191.80, I'll add. BA finally got the big move. Finally. Jeez. Where do we end up on it? Oh, we did get to 137 today on Palantir. I don't know if anyone took it, but that was kind of where I was looking at. The 137 print, period. Didn't have to be 137 on the dot, but I thought we would bounce in that number. Again, that doesn't mean that it can't move lower. It just maybe a bounce in that 137 print. VST. Boo. Come on, Nancy. Go buy more. Nice. Yeah, Mark. 327 on Tesla, big level. We saw it yesterday, literally dance around 327.55 specifically, like all day long, pretty much. So maybe this is an accumulation into next week's sales numbers, but I won't say be careful, but just know there's definitely some overhead supply there, which is a good thing if you're going to get a squeeze. And I wouldn't be surprised if it actually got some love today. You know, it's got room up to 342 on Tesla. That said, do we get a pump into sales next week just to, you know, do a quick liquidity sweep, cash grab, or do we completely just sell off right here? So, you know the rules, man. Rule number one. Yeah, there you go. Very cool. VST, I can leave that one alone for a little bit. Coin. That is a big sell-off on coin after yesterday's monster move. Yay, BA is working out. Yeah, I mean, I liked coin yesterday, but this pullback, I mean, we could literally go down to 347 from here. And I say could, doesn't have to happen, obviously. But okay, some news around birthright citizenship coming out. Yeah, I can't touch the RWE. That's too wild of a move here. What do we get to? 159? Yeah. So we were talking a little bit about the rug pull. That's the first sign I want to see. That was a bear entering the market. Did you guys see that? Across the board, every single stock. Those are bears entering the market. And we saw some of that yesterday. Now wait to see what happens. Let me pull this up. If they start, I don't want to call it tombstoning, but because it's not a technical word realistically, but if they really start beating these names down, like this candle right here, watch out. Maybe we do get the flush I've been looking for. Meanwhile, AMD moving higher. Very nice. I hate to sound so pessimistic, but, you know, I'm okay with hedging and being wrong a day or two. But on the off chance that we dump 10, 15, 20 points, guys, I'm going to make a ton of money. So, and I'm okay with that. You know, Palantir, I wanted to short this morning. I was looking at VST and Oklo, messing around with those names. By the time I looked at it, the move already happened, really. No, I mean, look, it's not so much that it's way too high. It's that, to have balanced markets, you need to have buyers and sellers. And right now, everything has just been buyers. So all that to say is, if you have a weak dollar and low interest rates, that's great for markets. Horrible for inflation, but it's great for markets. Why? Because money's cheap. Well, that's part of the reason why I think like this whole JP Morgan, or not JP Morgan, like the big banks with ESLR gives that liquidity pump into markets, because banks don't have to, like, their leverage ratios move. So from being, extremely expensive to kind of manage a bank, it becomes a little bit more nimble. And in return, you can lend more money at whatever rate, but you don't have to have as much leverage. So anyway, so essentially more leverage for less capital. Sounds like almost turning on the money machine, right? Now the markets pump because of it. So a lot of people think it's about, the war and the this and the that. No, this is like a fundamentals. Yeah, it doesn't hurt that we're trying to have peace, etc. But like in theory, markets should have moved significantly lower if people were panicking about, what's happening in the conflict regions, we'll say. So yeah, that's kind of my hypothesis anyway. And at some point, like, we're gonna have to figure out what's going on with rates, etc. Because a weak dollar is not a good look. Nvidia getting a nice move here. Might be interested in PLTR here. Maybe. There's more interested in it down here. All right, let's see. 139.50. 139.50. We're in PLTR. Yep. We get over 140.10. I may add a little more. Yeah, Nvidia is on the move. Yeah. CRW is an angry stock. I like that. BA finally. You guys seen that? We got one right, I suppose. Still waiting for this to break down. Need this to really move. Don't know if we're gonna get it. PLTR looks great. I'm gonna add a little bit more if we get over that VWAP. UB4. Yeah, and I guess even Steve, back to your point earlier. We got to trade what you see, not what you feel. At the end of the day, like realistically, if I risk, let's just say, in theory, $2,000 on the off chance that we're starting to peak out here, but that 2K can turn into 6, 7, 8K. That's a risk I'm willing to take. But I also end up losing 2K, right? So everybody has a different risk tolerance naturally, but well, the problem is Meta got some great news actually yesterday. Acquired some company around the AI space. It's just their story keeps getting better and better and better, and it's AI, and it's all driven by algos. So as soon as they see AI or they see purchase, or you know what I mean, like it just keeps pumping the name. So I don't. It's not that I disagree with you. I mean, I think Meta should be maybe $280 stock. But guys, I was wrong on that one for sure. It's up at 730. So you can just be sure, cue the disclaimer. It's your money. Do whatever you want. But anything short right now is super risky. So for me, even like on this name, like, are you kidding me? Like it's almost at $500. But I'm with you. Like that's a nice move right there. Could have made a point already. So like what I'm doing right now, I'm actually going to restructure my put options here. I'm going to roll them into a higher strike and get more of them into Monday. In the event we roll over here. That said, I want Palantir to pop now. 142, be nice. Nice. Good luck. Yeah, I mean, I like it. I already have some exposure on the Qs and Microsoft at the moment to the downside. Let's look at VST again. Yeah, see, it's slow. Slow mover. That's too bad. So we are here. Here. Let me change the color of these. And there. And it's no fun when you get them wrong. You know what I mean? And of course, we've got the runners left on BA. So I'm okay with keeping those even into like next week. As long as, the runners don't go to like zero, right? Or not zero, but full blown like negative movement. But I can afford to hold them because we got paid on them. Yeah, V7, nice, man. Look at that. Very nice. Good luck. I hope for you it goes down to 726. Closes the gap. Really do. Anytime you guys post a trade or whatever, I hope it works every single time. As a community, we're all here trying to make money using markets. It's impossible to see every single stock that's out there, right? So the nice thing about having a community is I'm looking at certain stocks, Scott's looking at certain stocks, Aggie's looking at certain stocks, Mark's looking at different stocks. So, what's nice about a community is you could figure out like, hey, I like how Mark trades, or I like how, V7 trades, or fill in the blank, and gives you an opportunity to either trade along or look at something that maybe you weren't looking at before. So a lot of times people ask like, well, what's the value? Well, I don't know. Maybe we get some testimonials from our crew here. But those of you guys have been with us for a while, we really appreciate it. And hopefully it is of value to you. Guys, VST. I think I'm going to load it. Same with Palantir. And BA, I'm actually tempted to add now. In fact, let me see if I can. All right, I'm adding the BA. See if we get the topside breakout here. Yay! Thank you. Just good luck on BA or Meta. Sorry. Palantir needs to pop here. All right, BAs. Notice this is already marked up, right? So 209.06 is where I wanted to see the actual breakout on BA. Now 214 is where I really want to see. I know 212 is going to be some overhead problems, but look at that. Beautiful move. EA. VST, let's see if we can get a big move now. I want to see a like breakout over, 195. Be amazing. Getting my money back from this trade. Give it back. This Microsoft trade looks like it's going to take me out. I'll wait. Hopefully you guys see it. I mean, taking a losing trade, it happens, but you got to do it quickly. Keep that in mind. If like, hey, if I take a trade and I lose, I don't know, whatever. It could be a dollar amount. It should be more like a percentage or a level. So even before entering the trade, you should have that in mind. All right. So like here on Microsoft 148.50 areas where I'm going to start getting a little concerned. If it pushes there and then sees some rejection, then maybe I can hold on for a little bit longer for the candle to complete and, let price action kind of figure out direction what it wants to do. But if it starts, pumping to $500, yeah, no, I'm not sticking around trying to go, no, it's going to come down. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And in some cases, if you're looking at a zone versus a hard stop, like, yeah, you may win, or I should say, in the case of exiting a trade, you might lose more than you expected, but don't cry over if it's $218 versus $200, right? It's $18. It happens. Like you're going to pay more in commission or what have you. So again, it happens. But all I have to say, be mindful that losing trades are part of the business. Key is don't hold on to a losing trade for longer than you should. Cue the disclaimer. Here comes the rug pull on the Qs. The good news is we rolled them. Check it out. Here comes the rollover. Watch. And then Clifton, send everybody an invoice. Here it comes. VST, you suck. Tesla, NVIDIA, MSTR all moving up. Yep. The big thing is, you guys remember I sent that note about the U.S. talking about accumulating more Bitcoin. Did you guys remember that? I think it was yesterday. Maybe it was 2 days ago. I love shorting Meta. Let's see. I do too, to be honest with you. If I didn't have exposure to the Qs, like with these big put options on the Qs, because I lost money on it already, but I rolled it into a higher strike. So I was originally at the 547s, and I rolled up to the 549s for Monday, and then I just added more. So Palantir, don't do it. You might get it here now on Meta. Under 730, it should crack. VST, I'm going to take a partial, guys. I shouldn't even call it a partial, trimming. Seeing markets roll over here. Guys, I'm going to see the break under 546.67 on the Qs. Watch. I don't want to even say let's bet on it, but because literally I have a position. So technically, you could argue I am right now that we move lower. So didn't get taken out here. If we start breaking even below this number here on Microsoft, I'll add this 496. What is that? 496.20? Sure. Let me go add that here. Okay. Put it out there. We'll short even more if it gets there. I really do think we see some big profit taking. And it's healthy for markets to do that. But gosh, Palantir, that's too bad. Give me a second. I'm going to have to get ready to dump that position here. I'll wait. $546 million. Yay, BA's working out great, though. Pretty good trade, I'd say. Yeah, that's right at the close. V7. Right? You saw it open. And you guys using ORB by chance? Orb? 5 or 15-minute orb. Pretty easy way to trade. I don't say it always works, but it's a good way to say, like, okay, first 15 minutes, here's the range that a stock likely will move. What I like to do is do that pre-market, and here's a little shortcut for you guys. So when you have opposing moves, meaning you close, you move down, and then you go higher, what I like to do is this. Mark a 50% retracement, which is right here, 728.04, using fibs, or you can whatever, use a ruler measurement, whatever you want to do. 50% retrace puts you at 728.04. That would likely be the area I either enter or see if there's any kind of resistance. Hopefully that helps. And in a situation like, let's go big chart for a second. So, I mean, you could use this. I just have so much stuff on here. So we could technically move back to 536.69, which is still, I mean, I get it. There's a lot of highlighted areas here, but using a fib, I mean, from this low to that high, 50% retrace, 536.69. Guys, NVIDIA just moved all-time highs. Yeah, hopefully that helps. I mean, everybody's got a different style. Everybody's, different pain tolerance when it comes to risk, etc. But anything I can do to give myself an advantage is what I use. Palantir, okay, we're so far so good. Still a little low, down a little bit on the trade, but BA is literally on a tear, and I can't wait to see it at the 212 print. All right, y'all. So with that, look, it's 10:30. I'm gonna have to take off here, but I'll see if I can join a little bit later this afternoon. And I wouldn't say my best Friday, but you guys know the positions I'm in. We're long here, we're short here. Rooting for V7 here on Meta. And then I've got some put options on the Qs, which is challenging because now, now that NVIDIA's taking out all-time highs, a little nervous. And then, of course, we have the runners left on BA. So I'll manage these trades. Small red day, but BA helped. That's for sure. So BA could literally accommodate that. And the big thing is that the option trade is what kind of messed me up. So that's okay. Still in those options, if we start breaking lower, I mean, I've got a pretty sizable position now on these put options, darn near the high of session today. So if we start breaking down, that's just free money for the rest of the day. But anyway, I'll let you guys go. If I don't come back this afternoon, you guys have a fantastic weekend, and we'll see you at the Open on Monday. Until then, cheers. God bless.